I'm just putting it up. Actually, Professor Paul was then we try to come in the evening on Thursday. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to express my gratitude towards the respected jurors, coordinators, guide, and all the people, those who are present here, for making out their valuable time and coming here. We, Group 4, will be presenting our research titled When Home is Just a Room. Our study focuses on the physical deficits, economic asymmetry in informal student housing in Lakshminagar, East Delhi. This work was guided by our coordinators Parul ma'am, Nirmal sir, and Vandani ma'am under the supervision of Dr. K. Bankim Singh. These are the contents through which we will be driving. Now, coming to the context and background, Delhi is one of the most competitive educational hubs. Coaching for JEE, NEET, UPSC, CA, and more attracts thousands of students every year. Lakshminagar in particular has emerged as the epicenter of East Delhi's coaching industry. This creates an enormous transient student population in a very small geographical pocket. But this inflow has also created intense stress on the urban environment. Lakshminagar today is characterized by extreme density, unchecked commercialization, infrastructural deficits, narrow lanes, poor sanitation, and chronic dust. Most importantly, the housing available to the students, primarily paying guest accommodation and flats, has become heavily unregulated, exploitative, and structurally unsafe. Typically, paying guest accommodations are matchbox-like rooms, often with no windows, very little natural ventilation, and overcrowded layouts. Despite these poor physical conditions, the rent charged are disproportionately high. This contradiction, poor quality but high cost, is the core issue our study analyzes. Now, talking about the research gap, although student housing is widely discussed informally on social media, forums, news reports, there's a surprising little academic research that documents both spatial and economic aspects together. Existing studies usually separate urban design issues like density, safety from the economic issues like rent, brokerage, and hidden costs. But in Lakshminagar, if we focus, these two aspects are deeply interconnected. The poorer the physical quality, the more distorted the pricing becomes. There is also significant economic opacity. Students often don't know the real rental norms, face compulsory brokerage fees, and encounter exploitative management. Therefore, our study attempts to bridge this gap by creating a detailed integrated documentation of housing typologies, physical and safety deficits, rent to quality ratios, and the daily struggles of students who live here.
So, the aim of our study is to analyze the living conditions and the economic structure of the student rental housing in Lakshminagar. We wanted to understand why students pay high rents despite of poor physical quality. To achieve this, we had three key objectives. First, mapping housing types, identifying where previous and shared flats are concentrated, and mapping zones of highest rental density. Second, analyzing cost versus quality, comparing rent, security deposits, brokerage charges, and amenities with the actual physical spaces and services provided. Third, assessing physical safety, evaluating basic standards such as natural light, ventilation, structural safety, and fire compliance. In short, our study examines both the spatial reality and the economic burden of the student renters. Our core research problem arises from a fundamental mismatch. Students are paying increasingly high rents in exchange of increasingly lower quality accommodations. This mismatch is shaped by unregulated built-in conversions, no safety checks, and profit-driven housing supply. Therefore, our main research question becomes: What is the relationship between the physical conditions, economic cost, and the regulatory status of informal student rental in Lakshmi Nagar?
Only 1 minute. Shouldn't this come as your conclusion? Why are you not in the beginning? Shouldn't this come as we are fighting for the reasons? That's high rent and all of that. Yeah, like if when you offload it with your assumptions, then what are you looking to get? I'm just, it's a bit weird, that's what I just thought I'd.
As well as coming on.
See, that's your question. What is the prevailing relationship of physical conditions, economic costs, regulatory? That's your question. You're already saying that there's high rent, there's high risk, there's this. Then what's the point of asking that question? If you do your research, then you find the answers. If you're giving us the answers now, so then why did you do the research? Okay, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you, but I think that there's a bit of a way in which you're presenting it that's a little off.
Our methodology involved both qualitative and quantitative approaches. We began by diagnosing the context through preliminary visits and discussions. Our data collection included spatial mapping of various flats and high-density rental projects, physical documentation through photographs and on-site observations, economic data collection through online listing, brokers, and rent books, student surveys, which gave us a large sample of 117 responses. We then analyze the data to interrupt the relationship between rent, physical conditions, safety, and student perception. Our field study was basically conducted over 5 days in October period. So we covered lanes surrounding the metro station, the major coaching institutes, and we documented in total of 5 PG buildings, collecting 20 rental data points, and received the 117 valid student survey responses. So the data collection process was having basically 3 components: the physical assessment, which was through on-site visitation, and online data gathering from brokerage sites and hostel listings, student feedback, which was collected through informal discussion and reviews. So next, if I show you the survey structure of like basically the questionnaires which we distributed. So it is structured into 4 categories: basically the demographic and locational data, the physical living quality, housing typology and cost analysis, and welfare and management. These maps basically illustrate like how the land use in Lakshmi Nagar is heavily skewed towards dense residential commercial conversions. So housing clusters are packed tightly around metro access and coaching centers, indicating that proximity, not livability, is the prime driver of the rent. The PG accommodations within our survey range are highlighted, and their relationships to the nearby coaching centers based on their distances as well as the availability of open spaces and park is present in the vicinity.
Can we just see those drawings again? Over.
So, like,
These are sections of the, sorry Gopal, these are sections of the same plan.
yes.
So,
The plans and section over here show extremely tight layout, corridors with no natural lights, room that depend entirely on internal shafts, and these arrangements restrict cross ventilation and create dark enclosed microenvironments. And the images, they reveal that the everyday reality of the student housing in Lakshmi Nagar. The room photograph basically highlights the cramped spaces with beds placed wall to wall, almost no circulation area, and improvised storage. Most rooms rely on artificial light even during the daytime. And the street images show narrow lanes, broken pavement, exposed wiring, garbage accumulation, and deteriorated facades. While coaching centers along the main road appear well maintained, the inner residential streets where students actually live reflect neglect. So our measurements highlight 3 important findings. 65% of the student accommodation map were within 300 meters of the primary coaching clusters near the metro station, which indicates an inelastic demand driven strongly by locational proximity, which in turn pushes rental prices upwards. The average distance to coaching center is 450 meters, showing that students
we prioritize proximity over housing quality, and the average occupation density is 2.8% per room unit, reflecting significant overcrowding, especially in PG accommodations, where landlords maximize profit by accommodating more students within limited spaces. 42% of the rooms surveyed across PGs and shared flats lacked an external window, indicating a severe deficiency in natural lights and ventilation. The bar graphs visually represent the core contradictions of student housing in Lakshminagar. More than 80% of the student living paid advance rent in addition to the initial deposit, despite the unfair terms and poor living condition. And the majority of the students we surveyed fall in the 5K to 15K rent bracket, but only with a few individuals less than 5% paying a premium price of more than 15,000. More than 60% of the students can report visibly poor maintenance and street crime. 42% of the students reported having no windows facing either an external wall or light well. Over 60% observed visibly poor maintenance within their accommodation, and many had witnessed street crime at least once. 65% of the students felt that the accommodation was not valued for their money, while 48% reported rude or uncooperative behavior from managers or owners. The graph shows how economic, physical, and psychological burdens combine to create a continuously stressful living environment.
So what question is showing a result of economic pressure, high deposit, mandatory brokerage, utility cap, state, student finance, physical failure, lack of lighting, limited ventilation, deck walls, and unsafe construction are widespread. Student impacts, stress, poor health, mental health, reduced study hours, insecurity in states, and rude and exploitative manager are common experiences. This reflects our housing system driven by profit rather than the student welfare. So our economic comparison given three patterns. Budgeted PG 4,500 to 6,500 per student for only 50 to 70 square feet, often no window. Premium PG up to 11,000 per person, yet ventilation remains poor. Cost increase mainly due to AC and reduced sharing. 1 RPM to 1 BHK flat often better space, but often brokerage and utility costs remain high. Across all the category, student constituency pay far more than the actual quality and making Lakshminarayan rental market economically asymmetrical. So our combined economic and physical assessment revealed the three major insights. Surveillance value deficient, even though the room without window charge only about 15% less than often poor or very poor living condition that create a misleading illusion of choose for students. High upfront behavior bearings, brokerage and deposit significantly increase the real cost of shifting tapping students in a low quality rooms become a moving because moving become a expensive, compromise well-being, financial burn, overcrowding, heat built up due to poor ventilation and unsafe construction, impact both mental health and academic preparation. These findings are showing up not just structure or economy, it's deeply human.
Now coming to the conclusion. In conclusion, student housing in Lakshmi Nagar demonstrates a clear mismatch between the students' pay and what they receive. Driven by proximity to coaching centers, students often choose location over livability, ending up in cramped, poor ventilated, and economically exploitative housing. The system operates informally and lacks transparency, leading to structural deficits, financial stress, and compromised academic performance. Our research highlights the urgent need for regulatory oversight, safer housing design standards, and more transparent rental practices. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think this is one of the topics which is a crucial aspect to a lot of issues students face. So it's a very well sort of pointed discussion. And I think to what you have presented, you were able to show a lot of things about architecture and you were able to do a little bit more ground research over there. I did like that first one slide where there were photos of the shop itself. So if we are looking at coaching, Delhi is a big coaching capital. So some numbers would have helped us because also a part of research is that it's not only the statistical information in the bar charts you are developing later. Before that, when you say a large number of students are coming, because now it's a professional degree program you're in, some numbers help us to qualify. So there are these clusters of IIS coaching happens in one place, IIT coaching happens somewhere. What kind of coaching is happening here? Also, what kind of job, university and job prospects you have? Because people, as students, you tend to, struggle for 2-3 months, and hopefully you get a good college, and then later a good salary. Lakshmi Nagar is also very, very distinct because it's very well connected to Delhi, the CBD. So it was not only student earlier. In fact, SPA students, a lot of them also started living there. So some historical aspect of what kind of campuses are close by, and are they mostly what kind of coaching would have happened. There were some diagrams that you said per student data, 50 square feet. And I think this is where a design research from a design student, I mean, you have a challenge, you have an issue. Probably, does anybody live there? So you really face it. So I think the real aspect would be how do you tell or take this topic further through your research? I think the only thing would be that you would probably look at certain norms there's no norm for PG. There's nothing. This is also informal housing. The only norms you have is what kind of norms you have in student housing. So the All India Technical Education has student housing norms. They are more than this, but there's certainly a start of discussion. So when they have their norm, they have diagrams there. So that's very easy to grasp. There's one sheet you can see it. So you could probably have made drawings related to that. If you're seeing you're raising a right question, but how do you navigate that complex terrain? Because you're saying policy nahi hai, kuch mandate, it's totally unplanned. But then what is the next step? So if you had looked at some of those diagrams, you would have been able to reframe your entry points in some of those diagrams. The other thing was, it's student housing. And most of your photos really don't show any student desks. So I think the biggest challenge is, how do you study? How do you study? Especially now, when we as architects want to design spaces where you can study 20 different ways, in really interesting ways. It's really applied to see, this is just a bed.
No, so I also noticed that. My takeaway from that is that they are not spending their time studying in their rooms. They're probably going to the coaching center. So, sort of, if I'm only going there to sleep, I'm not even cooking my food or anything, then is it really that is money?
No, so my question comes, I was one of these students, so you need a place to study. I've stayed in some of these, so your class only happens 2 hours a year, 2 hours a day, right? Then you're free to study for 3 hours a day. And also classes don't happen at the same time. They happen in the evening, it goes. So, I mean, the discussion would be, as an architect, you take this discussion further. It's a student housing, then there should be, what are the aspects to it? Is there laundry, there is food? I mean, nutrition is very important to all the discussion. How do kids getting food? Right? So, and even understanding that aspect, I mean, if there are the issues about not being able to live and study properly, because study is not being just study alone. The social aspects of study is also very important. nutrition, companionship. All that is important. So how do you take this research question? Because apart from the room, then you will have the spaces, collective spaces for various students. Maybe all few of the groups who are walking around and sitting in Connaught Place for students from Lakshmi. You don't know. So you need these collective spaces. Or where are they appropriating these spaces? So the story of student housing is not just the room. So it is this starting point. I mean, you see that and you pay. And the third part is, you are right about that step 2 month advance. It comes as a lot of big thing about, it is a big challenge for a lot of students. There's no rule, so there should be a rule. But then, that's a financial thing which is not totally your sort of thing. So as an architect, I think if you had done a little bit more work on those plans which Leon was seeing, a little bit more work of what the day would be like, how do you, a student use, more, we all come from various cities and you are just, put in those rooms, Whereas there are lots of other, maybe when you're in that room, you can use a lot of other areas around the spaces to use as collective spaces. So it's an important discussion, and I think partly is what are the tools you have to take it further. So if there's anything you want to add personally, like any pointed option that, what others are saying that any viewpoint you want to say that which sort of confronts this issue a little bit more directly, that'd be useful because you live. Sometimes it's difficult to understand such issues unless you confront it yourself. We can only get a perspective of what you're saying.
I'm going to build on what Nishan said. So, when you say that and home is just a room, I was very curious that probably the room is not the home. I don't know how much time you both spend inside your room, but I'm assuming that, had you, it was a great presentation. I love the fact that you could do the typology, you could, look at the plans, and you've done a good start of it. I was very interested in an everyday of a student, right? So you said that they're near the metro, some housing, the PGs are near the coaching center. Maybe the 1 BHK is a little further and not right next to the coaching center. So I was interested, one, where are those different typology placed in that area? And what is the, everyday of the student? Where is he going? Because I don't think a student would be spending a lot of hours inside the room. So I was interested in knowing that. Secondly, I was interested in also knowing, are these only male students? Or are there many female students also? Are there difference in terms of typology, in terms of how, the spaces are being used, etc.? Is there any variation in that? And, then of course these aspects of safety, light, etc. And the third, because you are doing at a policy level, so you're trying to say that, okay, there's no rental policy for a student in formal housing. Is there any other way? Is there any collectivization of students in these areas? How you usually have an RWA? Or is there any other instruments with which students can actually say or have a voice on, at least the physical layout of the area, what kind of facilities they need? Maybe not inside the house, but, what could be the other paraphernalia, facilities, social infrastructure which are required in that area that can be improved, if there's any thought on that. So the one is like everyday, what is your everyday life as a student being there? Second, is there a difference between male and female kind of housing? And the third is that, do you think there are other instruments without the rental policy that could also be explored to making this entire precinct more livable?
Ma'am, actually the thing is, if you talk about the various difference between the girls and boys paying guest accommodation, ma'am, majorly more of these paying guest accommodations are the houses of people which has been converted into paying guest accommodations. So these have not been planned according to the student accommodation. It has been converted, so it's basically same for both girls and boys. And if we talk about any difference between the regarding the safety of both, there is no such thing we can see. It's more of a clustered society. Like more the people those who are living there are also existing with the students over there. So it becomes a more over a community itself in there. And if we talk about the as sir highlighted a major part, like they don't have where do they study. Basically, I have what we have observed and from our research and visits that most of the students prefer to study in the libraries that has been set up in the areas, because in the room basically they don't have light, they don't have space to do so. And if they are studying in room, there are a lot of disturbance in the neighborhood that has been happening, because there's a lot of buzz in Lakshmi Nagar. If we talk about, there's a lot of density that is there in that neighborhood. So that determines that.
I just want to go back to your architectural drawings, yeah, if you don't mind. See, I was quite taken in by this type 1 PG, right? Because you do have a number of shafts, looks like light shafts, that are set up to bring natural light into this particular building.
So that's for ventilation actually. That's for ventilation. No light is coming directly.
No, but so in terms of even that as an amenity, it's not a small thing, because if I had to sort of, if I was a rent grabber in that sense, I wouldn't have 1, 2, 3, maybe one of those 4 light shafts, for instance, or 5. Even if you're saying it's a ventilation shaft. So the thing is that there seems to be some interesting ways in which at least there's a little more of a formal way of accommodating students within our informal sector that seems to be there, and it's, even if it's a small gesture, it's something that I think you should identify. Otherwise, they could easily build wall to wall and just finished it up. Now, the other small thing that that sort of I had, one is, your intro, you started off with Lakshmi Nagar, right? We don't have numbers, but from my own understanding, I thought it's this Rajendra Nagar and Karol Bagh that has the largest number of coaching centers. Which is that true?
Yes.
Then
Yes, sir, that is true. But actually, we selected many.
No. The thing is that when you're presented it, you'll say Lakshmi Nagar as the largest. See, whether or not it has the largest or second largest or third largest is immaterial. When you're making a point, when you make factual mistakes, it just undermines your argument. To be honest, I was among the 3 presentations I've sat through, it has engaged with the topic much more than the others have. I'll be very honest with you. But there are some things that it could always do. That's natural. Even if you cook the best dish that you think you've made, you could always improvise on it. So in terms of this, at least the drawing that you've shown here, I think there's some recognition that could be made as to within, like, if I was that there is some attempt by the landlords also of creating typologies. May not be perfect, but there's actually something here. Otherwise, technically what I would have done, I would have made rooms side by side and put one row of toilets at the end. That's it, and just finish it off, right? Like a dome kind of an effect. There's something here that they've done, right? I don't think it's that bad. Secondly, this thing about that I had raised, which is where do they study? So if I'm not going to be spending so much of time in the room, then maybe sort of that space for study is something that is questionable. The reason why I'm saying this is, now in cities like New York, etc., there's the concept of hotbeds, right? Basically, the bed is still warm when the next person's coming and sleeping in it. So poor people use it as a way of getting rest in large cities, etc. So I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing either. All right. The other thing that is coming out from what your other panelists are saying is, for instance, what is the kind of coaching that's taking place I don't know. What is the
So it's primarily the CA hub of Delhi. The CA hub, yeah.
So how often do you, on an average, how many years do you spend preparing for the exam to pass it?
So nearly like average it's 3 to 4 years.
Okay. So if it's 3 to 4 years, those people are going to be spending 3 to 4 years here. So, if you look at it economically, even I'm talking about, okay, you're providing really nice housing for them to study this, that, and the other. Will they be willing to pay that much for a 4 year stint? Over 4 years, what's the economics of it? I know it's not part of your study, but I'm just asking you. If, for instance, you provided, okay, let's say as architects you get a dream thing, this entire Lakshmanagar is now there, you've got a policy, you're going to provide so many square footage of thing, natural light, ventilation, all of this. It's going to push the prices up, right? So, but over a 4 year amount, and then 4 year period, how much is that rental going to be? Part of it is also, I mean, and like, because one of the things that struck me is you're talking about they prefer this, they're paying 2.5 times for a PG than a 1 BHK. So 1 BHK, say for instance, in Ashram, a nice 1 BHK is about 10,000 rupees. Alright. So why won't these students stay in Ashram? Would be your first question. After all, they can come, they can cook over here, they can sort of.
This is the Institute of Chartered Accountancy right here.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's how it's really started.
Yes,
The
sir.
interesting thing for me was, that you mentioned that they go to the libraries to study. Now, can you tell us a little bit about that library? Because that's a space which is in a way contiguous with the living. So, if we can know a little bit about what that library is about and who's running those libraries, are there rentals for the libraries to use the space in the library? Can you just tell us about that?
So actually the thing is, if we look at the paying guest accommodations, there are many people beyond the CA students. So there's a lot of disturbance also in the neighborhood. So that's why what happened, like the students, first of all, they prefer to study in groups as they tend to discuss among each other. So through this, I think this trend came into Lakshmi Nagar. More of the people like wanted a place over there. They can get good Wi-Fi facilities. Like Wi-Fi is a big issue in that area. Like you need to get a separate one if you are living in your room, and you need to pay extra for that. So because of that reason, people prefer to have library and
Who's running those libraries?
so actually, more of the landlords of the PGs are running those libraries as they see that there's business in that.
So they're earning from both sides, from two buckets.
No, sir. Yeah. Moreover, the ground floors are commercial stores, and the libraries are some of the commercial stores that are being abandoned. They are not running well, so they have converted it. Yeah, they have converted it into libraries.
It would have been very interesting for you to have a diagram which studies the spatial relationship between where they live and where they go to study and where they go to work or whatever it is. I don't know what all. So as Nidhi was saying that this question of a day in the life of, this is a very standard kind of a thing where you can research by asking people as to how do you start your day, how do you end your day. So that kind of a data collection would have been a very interesting thing for you to put it into this kind of a study.
Just one last moment. I remember a few years ago when some students had drowned in that basement in Karol.
Yes.
So part of it was quite late at night and they were all sitting together and studying. So that was where this thing of some of these larger coaching centers actually do provide spaces for even studying around the clock. And this is drawing your attention to that. There might be spaces like this,
Have you considered Karji Nagar? Have you all been there? Karji Nagar?
Yes, ma'am. We have been there. We targeted a few coaching hubs. So we were primarily focusing on one field like UPSC, either UPSC, JEE. So we chose CA because it's moreover Lakshmi Nagar is more of there are a lot of things coming in together. If we see there is a textile market that is there, the Mangal Bazaar that is famous for the textile market, and then we see there's a lot of people those who are living there for since ages. Like it's an older part. It's a very old part of.
No, that may not be the justification for choosing Lakshmi Nagar. But what I'm saying is what Sir just pointed out that you have Rajita Nagar. You know, it's a big hub. You have Mukherjee Nagar. which
Ma'am,
is another hub.
actually, we four, like, all four live in Lakshmi Nagar, so. No, I think that's great. The justification was like, they played for 3-4 years to.
Unfortunately, cannot be a justification. No, this is one of the biggest problems I'm seeing with most of you all from SPA. Alright, everything is research. What I feel. You're not the beginning and end all of the thing here. The whole point of knowledge comes by interacting with other people. So just because you all stay there, that really, I think you all should have stopped with this and be designers.
I think we'll just stop it here. Next group, please. Sorry.
And physical economic definitely, why I am referring to Mukherjee Nagar and other places because you could have compared, like you showed that drawing, architectural drawing. Is it the same kind of per person space that they are getting in all these places? I mean, that would also have added to, and also all the houses and all these PGs may not be similar to what you have shown. They might be very, they might be all very different because these are all privately owned. And there is this angle of illegality that could have been further explored. The illegal, you are running a PG illegally, and this is there in all these 3 places that I've mentioned. So, there are these few areas also which you could have explored. I mean, the illegality and all these. Thank you so much. But it was a good start.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
What this all, excuse me, one more question, guys.
Don't go away.
Because
One more question. Sorry, you're in high
they were
demand.
just,
You can set up, yeah.
there's one, maybe you can just think about it. This PG is a misnomer because they're just like rental. Because you're not getting PG at our time was, you would get a MIG. That's how PG classification was. So when we were trying for these colleges, the concept of PG was one meal is given by the family. That's the PG. So when you go to Pro, आपको PG चाहिए या rental चाहिए? That's a question. So I don't know what is it right now because the plan is showing a rental house. The other thing is they seem legal because they have an elevator and they have so there is a strict norm to legalize that because they have a shaft also. So if they were not legal, non-legal structure will not have all that. There has been methods to legalize them because Delhi is a G+1 roads in Lakshmi Nagar. So whenever they want to build, they get to get a basic line plan pass.
Sir, I think that's one of the recent PGs that has been set up according because the older ones can't be changed because the structural difficulties that they will face. So the new ones that are being implemented, they need to follow certain safety measures after physical conditions, they need to amend it in their design.
I think you will.
Policy. I don't hear any of the policies which are there, So what are the guidelines? What are the bylaws? Is there a technical policy? Because you were hinting that your entire research is supposed to guide that policy. But you didn't list down what are these norms, what are the bylaws, what is being acceptable, what are people doing. That's a gap. I don't know that. So when you say there's a gap in policy, but what is existing and what is not being adhered?
In fact, I think that's the issue when it is saying these are all rental housing under the guise of PG housing because PG is allowed. PG housing is allowed in a regular structure, but you can't do rental housing because rental housing is dwelling unit driven. Like in one plot, you can only have an X amount of DUs, dwelling units. Sorry, it's a little technical, but that's how So that's what I'm trying to deconstruct it. Maybe it's all rental housing under the guise of PG, but that's where the policy gap is also lies.
Okay, thank you. Where's the fourth slide? And where are your invites? सब दे दिया हमारे लिए करता
You're searching for your destination. So I'm a big proponent of subjective analysis, even in research. I think there is. No, I agree. I should not just end there. You should start anywhere. Chalo, start guys.
Good afternoon to all the respected members of the jury, my dear teachers, my fellow batchmates, and everyone who is present in the seminar room right now. We are Group 10, and we are going to present our seminar titled Homemaking and Belonging in Housing Societies, a case study of Pitampura, Delhi. Before we begin, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude. Before we begin, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude to our guide, Bandini ma'am, for continuous support, insightful feedback, and for helping us refine this study into what we are able to present today. In a city like Delhi, which constantly attracts migrants from all over the country, the idea of home is far more layered than just a physical space. For many residents, especially in large planned townships, home becomes an emotional, social, as well as communal construct, something that is shaped as much by the architecture and planning frameworks as by its festivals, neighborly interactions, shared daily rhythms, and the presence of authoritative bodies within the housing societies. So in our research, instead of treating home as simply a built structure, our focus is on how emotional comfort, identity, familiarity, communal identity, and belonging are created and sustained within the housing societies. Our research emerged from the central question, how do people living in housing societies cultivate their sense of home and communal belonging in Delhi? Our objectives are to examine the multiple layers of belonging and how the experience of belonging varies across individuals and communities. To study how the design and planning of housing societies affects people's daily interactions and feelings of belonging. To understand how common spaces, events, everyday interactions, and the society's organizing bodies help build a sense of community. After independence, the city of Delhi kept growing through various government plannings and constant influx of migrants side by side. By the 1970s, the city was expanding beyond the central and the southern areas, so the Delhi Development Authority, the DDA, began looking towards the northwest for new housing plots. Pitampura became a natural choice due to its open land, easy access to the outer ring road, and it sat between rising areas like Rohini and Punjabi Bang. Earlier DDA colonies like Model Town were planned with clear income-based divisions, but by the late 1970s, the approach began to change. Inspired by the 1962 master plan's neighborhood unit concept, the DDA started designing mixed, self-sustained sectors where schools, parks, markets, and other facilities were all within walking distance. Areas like Pitampura show this shift clearly. They were planned to be affordable, accessible, and diverse, and over the years, they have grown into active and socially vibrant neighborhoods. Let us dive deeper into these cooperative housing societies and how they contribute to our field of study. Firstly, these adaptive residential models cater to the diverse needs of its urban residents as they shift their focus towards community-oriented living and community-oriented facilities like schools, markets, public parks, religious buildings, all within walking distance. Secondly, promoting collective identity for its residents. They bring together individuals from diverse cultural, economic, and ethnic backgrounds, creates shared governance systems, and encourages participation as well as cooperation. The authoritative bodies in these societies, commonly known as the Resident Welfare Associations or the RWS, play a major role in shaping a collective identity. They organize cultural events, create shared rules, manage conflicts, and bring residents together through common decision making. In many ways, they have become the glue that holds the social life of these neighborhoods together. Even the most introverted person needs a small circle of familiar faces, a gentle sense of being known, for a place to truly feel like home. In cooperative housing societies, these emotional securities grows quietly through everyday moments, a nod in the lift, a shared smile in the corridor, the rhythm of seeing the same people again and again. These repeated encounters turn strangers into recognizable neighbors, nudging small interactions that slowly build comfort, trust, and belonging. Okay, so basically, now we'll start with why we chose the site Pitampura. We chose the area around West Enclave Pitampura as a case study site since it offers a dense mix of housing society and apartment clusters. That too in a diverse range of communities living within roughly an 800-meter radius. Within our site, we found a total of 13 housing societies, and what further caught our attention was the naming of each of them that suggests community-specific societies like Kolana, Kris Jyoti, Buddha Jayanti, etc. We also found churches, gurdwaras, mosques, mandirs, community markets, schools, along with other planned public infrastructure like parks. As we can see from the zonal development plan, a site was majorly zoned for residential and facilitated within some areas for public and semi-public facilities. Even though we only focus on housing society, our site also comprises of colonies and bungalows as the second image shows. One of these typical colony plans repurposed with DDA markets in the year 1999. This timeline depicts how this area has evolved throughout the year. In 1970s, this area emerged. The DDA initiated the planning of Pitampura as a response to rapid urban growth and increasing land prices in central Delhi. In late 1970s, construction began based on the neighborhood unit concept integrated with residential, institutional, and recreational spaces in close proximity to enhance community development. The area witnessed significant infrastructure development, including schools, parks, and markets, further solidifying its community flavor. In 1990s, Pitampura evolved into a mixed community, attracting diverse residents and fostering a belonging throughout the cultural celebration. Present day, Pitampura stands as a testament to cooperative living where shared spaces and collective governance continue to foster a community of people. So, this table profiles numerous housing societies within the society, detailing establishment year, land count, tenant demographics, and categorize community based on founding communities. their current state, and demographic studies. So we found majorly four categories of society. The category A signifies societies that continue to be predominantly occupied by the founding community. Category B, societies with a mixed demographic but where one community still holds a clear majority. Category C, societies where the founding community has become a minority and the demographics has significantly diversified. Category D, societies that started as a mixed demographic and continues to be so. So this maps out our site differently. So as we see, even in the area, like apartments like Chris Jyoti and Galit apartments are present, which signify specific community. But yet, their prayer community areas are kind of a makeshift things. Like if you can see in the first image, it signifies a makeshift church, and basically they don't have a proper community-based area spaces. They have to like uh, accommodate in a very small space rather than if you can see gurdwaras and mandirs which are located in the center of the site and they're very well celebrated.
Our study demonstrates that belonging in urban settings can be understood across two scales. Firstly, the personal realm of homemaking and the broader sense of community and identity that forms within shared environments. Now, in homemaking explores residents construct, in homemaking, residents construct the idea of home beyond the physical space, that is the four walls or the constructed space. Homemaking is deeply emotional, built through everyday routines, memories, and the micro spaces that people occupy, like balconies, terraces, and familiar roots. Many interviewees highlighted that home is negotiated, sometimes incomplete, and influenced by relationship dynamics. In our interviews of the residents showed that homemaking can be categorized roughly into personal, family, society, and locality level. Now, in personal level, homemaking is emotional and intimate. It is the most intimate level. Long-term residents see home in the places they occupy. These in-between spaces create belonging through routine and familiarity, not just physical ownership of the space. Younger residents view home more practically, focused on accessibility, independence, and proximity to daily needs. Their sense of home is dynamic and shaped by freedom and convenience rather than nostalgic, which is more viewed by the older residents. Now, in family level, homemaking is shaped by routines, reputation, and shared memories by the family. Belonging isn't tied to the space alone, but to everyday family gestures like evening walks, eating together, and festival gatherings in the home. Elderly residents especially value reputation. These practices turn the home into an archive of memory. The family house becomes a vessel of memory and a key space where belonging is reinforced in daily life. Now on to the society level. At the society level, belonging emerges from informal social interactions and group activities within the housing community. Encounters in elevators, during evening walks, or participating in events within the society, they build familiarity and integration. These unplanned interactions slowly transforms closeness into familiarity and familiarity into friendship, which friendship turns into an intimacy. Locality. In the locality or neighborhood level, residents identify not only within their housing society, but also within the larger neighborhood as an extended whole. Places like local markets, schools, temples, and food stalls, and chaiwalas create familiarity and recognition within the urban environment. Many participants described how their neighborhoods evolved with them. Markets grew busier, new schools opened, and streets became tied to personal memories. The neighborhood becomes a sort of exterior layer of home where personal stories and urban change develop together. Now, another scale apart from homemaking is the communal belonging. Communal belonging here refers not only to as a community as a whole, but deeply divided into different parts which, as you can see in Pithampura's housing societies, community identity is shaped by religious affiliation, caste groups, and inherited social ties. These factors continue to influence how belonging is formed even in urban and cosmopolitan settings. Contrary to assumptions that cooperative housing reduces common community identities, the research shows that they remain active. They can be further divided into four communal belongings, where Cultural familiarity. In cultural familiarity, emotional belonging is strongest when residents share cultural or religious familiarity with those around them. Belonging forms even without frequent interaction. Community resonance matters more than physical proximity. These practices, such as the festivals, turn everyday residential spaces into symbolic extensions of home, where collective identity is reinforced. In terms of caste and community networks are not openly expressed as religious festivals, but they remain structurally significant. Trust is strongest along pre-existing community lines. Interviewers noted that they often feel more connected to relatives or community members nearby than to neighbors. Shared caste or regional identity acts as an unspoken passport to intimacy. Cross-community relations tend to be polite and functional, but not deeply personal. Now on to the selective participation. Residents participate in cross-community events, but the depth of involvement depends on cultural compatibility. Some attend festivals or society events, but only as a form of formality and not for emotional attachment. Society events may appear secular in these setups, but genuine emotional belonging emerges only when cultural ethics feel familiar. Now onto this selective participation leads to micro boundaries, which are silent walls created among the residents. Interviews reveal that differences between communities create silent boundaries, not open conflict but subtle avoidance or discomfort. Social relationships remain polite but not deeply connected. These patterns suggest micro-separation. Residents use selective social investment to maintain quiet community distinctions in an urban setting. Now, these homemaking and communal distinctions, they do not separate. They interact with each other and they help build up each other, which you can see from this table. And different aspects like personal homemaking, the gaps that they can be filled by community, and in terms of emotional, when family is distant, for example, neighbors, they can help out. And in terms of cultural practices, communities enable participation in rituals when family is absent. Yet participation can feel formal or forced, which is conflicting also. In terms of spatial, neighbors can take the place of a distant family, but belonging becomes immobile and sensory rather than fixed. To briefly present the findings of our research. Uh, our research shows that belonging in these societies is not created by the city itself, but is gradually built through routine, familiarity, and small everyday encounters. Firstly, we found that physical distance and interpersonal relationships strongly shape how safe and comfortable the people felt. This reflects the idea that urban life organizes relationships by proximity and routine.
You have 1 minute.
Rather than intimacy. Secondly, belonging here does not come from active communalism. Instead, it is created through spatial familiarity. Seeing the same faces, walking the same paths, recognizing the rhythms of everyday life. Next, older residents value stability, rituals, and community gatherings, whereas younger people prefer independence and selective participation rather than collectively. Next, we observe how residents actively make their apartments feel like home through gardens, terraces, and balconies. These small personal practices turn ordinary flats into emotional attachable spaces. Next, at a broader level, the fragmentation of Delhi creates a sense of citywide disconnection, but this is softened by the micro-familiarity within societies. Spaces like gardens, pathways, or even lifts become a key zone where people rebuild uh, their relationships, primary relationships. Next, uh, safety and clearly structured belonging. Most residents associate comfort with gated order, predictable routines, and familiar faces. Women and older residents especially emphasize security over social dynamics.
Stunned silence. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
You guys were almost like, it was like a movie in your narrative. Very nice. again, I was looking for the space. You know, like you're speaking about belongingness, you're speaking about privacy, you're speaking about roots. You had like a vague layout. You have an architect. Can you go back to your housing layout that you showed? You know, your gray one. But there's no one. There is a bigger layout to do of Pithampur where you wanted to, you know, you had a list of that there are these gated apartments. Not this later when you have a where you said about the churches, right? I mean, you were trying to give like a spatial layout of how a typical housing society would be. There's nothing much beyond this that you spoke about. So, you know, if you this layout also needed to be a little bigger. Pithampur, if you're talking about Pithampur, all of us probably know the Delhi Heart and the TV Tower probably more because we don't live there, but that is one identity of that entire thing that you already are aware of. So there are two things. One, you know, when you speak about these housings, immediately we tend to say that, you know, each of an apartment living is an inward living. You know, so you tend to do a lot of functions inside the housing itself and you interact for other reasons with the rest of the city. One doesn't see any of that play happening because we don't have no layout of how a typical housing looks like, how a cooperative housing is looking like. How's the housing layout? How are the building typologies? How is my balcony looking into the other person's balcony? Your narrative is very interesting that you're saying young couples need privacy. I don't know where the privacy issue is. There is no architectural drawing in it. I don't know what am I visiting every day. So, you know, you're talking about lived in text in your narrative without a drawing. I don't understand any of that. Without any spatial understanding. I don't know whether people from this apartment are going and using facilities outside. Pickleball is there. So there is no spatial discussion for us to really commend. I mean, our skill is in architecture, right? Our skill is on layouts, on planning and spatial discussion, and we are saying that is impacting our sense of belonging, be it personally, be it community, be it at the society level, but you don't show it.
So, I mean, I have to sort of just make some comments and run, so forgive me for that. Even this drawing, the satellite imagery that you're showing is that it's quite a dense locality. This shows that it's almost 50% or more than that. It's low rise, sort of sprawled out, what could I say, development. Yeah. No, so there's a huge problem there, no? But for me, the larger issue was actually, I mean, the larger issue, right? And like ma'am has talked about this, the details of your layout. You went into the master plan and you used some various sort of chronology, etc. But first of all, there's a problem in your understanding, saying that it was a neighborhood level concept. No, the master plan was built based, it's polycentric, based on district centers. All right. And Delhi's district centers did not develop till the 1990s. So if there was any kind of development here, the Pithampura district center wasn't developed. In fact, I think the early 2000s is when it came out. So there is a complete lack of understanding of urban dynamics of this area. No, let me finish. Okay? Secondly, among the timelines that you're looking at, which is the 1980s in which some of these communities came out, it's cooperative housing. Before that, DDA built and delivered housing via DDA flats, which people could sort of buy, etc. What is cooperative housing? People come together and they go and they get land. So you have on the side of the river, you have the IFS apartments, the Supreme Court apartments, etc. Right? So there is a fundamental, the fact that you're saying that there is community, it's not that the architecture is creating it. It's the community of people coming together. They've already sort of decided we are going to be a group of people who are going to live there. All right, I understand that over time that they may have become. So first things first is that. Secondly, if that is changed, where even the community that originally started the housing cluster is in the minority. The community, the cooperative housing rules are framed in such a way that tenants actually have no say in how this is governed, how this is run, etc. It's one of the, I mean, that's where people actually say, if I'm buying a house, a private sort of development, I have a much, like, in private developments like, say, in Noida, etc., I actually have a much more participatory role within the way that society is governed. So there are for me, the thing is that the way that you all are telling the story is a little problematic. All right, so with that, I'm going to just stop.
Hi guys. So acknowledging the comments from Nidhi, I think while you register the gaps, I would just say that this is a very well-structured presentation. Even the attempt to make that structured sort of approach from master plan, housing, and the text probes you have given is a well sort of structured approach, and I want to appreciate and thanks for that. Your first, I mean, this is the diagram which actually felt that okay, let one group really look at its patient. So this was a useful attempt, but again, Nidhi said what if it had gone a little bit more further, it would have represented a little bit more. I was hoping to see when what are the structures when you were saying that okay, there is some places of familiarity. I was just toying that will they be looking at what milk booths or iron vendors, or would they be looking at taxi kiosks? Because before all these phones, we actually relied on it. You would actually give your deliveries would be at the milk booth or with the taxi guy, or your ironing guy would do a lot of your work. I was hoping what kind of narrative would they be. So that's where I felt okay, the latter half was, I couldn't capture part of the thing. But when you also, I think part of the thing is, you can take this topic in two directions. You can take a very formal, hard-built approach where this is a distinct shift from plotted housing to group housing. That's where the housing societies came in. Delhi's housing problems were not going to be sorted by plotted housing. It's actually not allowed to do plotted housing anymore. So there was a distinct shift from plotted to group. And what emerged out of that is, how did group housing come up in a different narrative in Delhi's residential history is very important. Unfortunately, we don't study it that much. We do study the great architectural examples. We don't study a lot of these group housing because apparently they were not done with many architects involved. They would just do the plan, the societies, and get it built. So I do realize that this is a very important place to study. Also, Pithampur as a place is a very good choice. It's complex. It's also at the edge of most of what we study. We never go beyond this certain area. We always end up studying the same thing. So you're navigating new areas. I'm curious, how do you find that space? Do you live there or?
I'm from Pithampur.
Okay, so one person lives there. So I think that's important. The part of the research is taking the discussion of what it means to search for Delhi. Delhi is not going to be found in Connaught Place or only one place. Not saying studying Connaught Place is not good, but it is a city of multiple identities. 30 million people, identities, and even as a research position, it's just not possible. You really have to look at things which are not studied, and that's where I value your contribution and the group earlier, and actually all the groups that you've taken this personal lens and tried to put it into research paragraph, which is great. So, very good for that. I think my gaps are similar to what Nidhi has said. So, again, I was looking at some personality, familiarity to, okay, these are the Gardias, which, why do you have the housing system? There is a whole network of support staff. This is one of the most crucial, like you see these movies like Lunchbox, like in Bombay. How does that work? It's one person cooking, but really the network of support, delivering and receiving, and people and families, families paying for education of this support staff. It's such a huge socio-economic network which we undervalue. But I don't know how as an architect would you sort of look at all that. And even when things like when Dish TV came in, I mean, you guys must be very young. Dish TV, and you would that Dish TV was the connection to the community. So these things are really nice to just revisit, because when we talk about what are we losing in our communities, it's not that it's always been like this. The communities are tight because there's certain things at certain points of time tie them together. Communities, they tend to trust each other with their back, because at certain point of tension or certain points of fragmentation, they stuck together. That's what communities are about. So that's what we tend to miss out in a pure architectural discourse. So I think you have your fair bits of that, but good job that there's grounds to cover. Thank you.
Okay, so I think it was a very interesting discussion-oriented topic, which is something which is commendable, because here we are moving away from the typical idea of what a space for an architect is, and we are looking at it from the lens of the sense of belonging, as you put it, and homemaking, and the sense of home, basically, which is an interesting discussion to have, especially in today's day and age. However, I was hoping to see something more nuanced than what was shown here. Yeah, so maybe further, if one looks at the sense of belonging, how does one map it? So, as a suggestion to you, if maybe you might have already done something like that. What was coming to my mind was, as a suggestion that maybe you could hand out some, empty pieces of paper to some residents of different age groups and different profiles, for them to draw out, what they think of the neighborhood and what are their, because you are mentioning personal and all of that a lot, right? So how do you actually understand how people of that area who are living there, how do they actually feel about their society? How are they, what is their sense of belonging? So how do you understand that, right? And those maps, which are drawn by non-architects, actually give you views like what Nishant was saying, presswalas and corners, nooks and corners here and there, which is what makes them connect with the society, with the neighborhood, right? Despite that, I quite liked the findings slide that you have. I think that has a lot of potential. The points that you were able to, extract were worth looking at in greater detail. So congratulations for that, because I think you've come to some sort of a good sort of ending to this research. However, take it further, yeah, because it can be written as it can be an interesting sort of paper that you can write for. Yes.
I just want to add another nuance that's for you, because you said communities come together on religious festival. That's here in Delhi and in India. But across many cities, communities come together a lot on sports. A lot of sports, like maybe soccer or various leagues of soccer. And people actually go to a pub to watch one game, and the other people go to the other. So it's that kind of engagement is developing in India also. You see the IPLs, which are very active. I'm not saying this is good or bad, but there are many affinities around which communities gather. There are badminton leagues, there are cricket leagues within these communities. So, it may have this. I think Nidhi said pickleball. Yeah, so I think that is also catching up. matches within many of these. So some of these nuanced aspects are which engage for particular age group, or the kids group or a larger group is also useful, because it is a complex issue. You need certain tools to enter that space of research. So, what are those? Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I really like the narrative, the way you started in the beginning. But I would have liked a little more details on how you are defining community for your purpose. Right? So you have looked at community, but community you have looked at various scales, but for your work, how you are defining community. And also you could have, based on your definition of community, you could have taken 1 or 2 case studies and detailed it out. I think you can still do that. It will add to your work. And maybe an apartment, one of the apartments that you've considered, or maybe, nearby apartments which you are taking as one area that you're considering. And detail out the spaces, we are talking of space. So how space they are considering as space where these communities intermingle and they are interacting, right? So that could have also been part of your work, but very nice. I really like this.
Thank you guys. I'm resisting speaking through the session because we are coordinators, we've seen you and I'm your guide, so I shouldn't be speaking, but just as something that I think wasn't clear, I think in the way you were maybe the blurriness of the mind. One of the things that I think they struggled with was they couldn't make it into any of the societies except the one they live in. They did not get entry, so they really struggled with that, and I know they tried very hard. And to that, I think the response of the milk booths, and because you all interviewed tons of shopkeepers, it didn't come through in your presentation at all. And it came in the little white blurbs which was there, but I think that part didn't come through. And the second part, I don't know if any of you, this shift towards this cooperative housing, and that's why I think everyone has mentioned it, and I'm just seconding that this idea is really interesting, and as you know, we got excited about that. One of them lives there, but that's not how they came up with. 3 of them don't live in Delhi, and they came from different parts of the country and felt really a sense of lack of belonging, which I think, as you see, I think belonging is one of the words that is resonating through the whole, through many of these, which is interesting because it was a starting point like I introduced to you, and it was something that they're engaging with. And they're also engaging with the city for the first time. So for them, as a foray outside architecture, so that's the other caveat I'm bringing out, because I know that's been something that has been brought up in all of the other comments also. It is not, we did not say that this is architecture, we said circle. So we tried to push them to the urban scale more than the architecture. They talked about balconies and terraces because they couldn't get to the community spaces actually, they just couldn't enter. So then I was like, okay, we just talk about that, but yes, they didn't, was lots of things that are missing right now, but which is very, brought them up really well. So I think that aspect with the idea of this cooperative, this shift what Nishant was talking about, the shift in typology in Delhi, I think that was a significant moment in the kind of housing that Delhi started seeing, which is what they were trying to bring out. The 70s was kind of off because it was the 80s, but it started in the 70s, and maybe Leon is right, but there is this neighborhood idea level. Of course, DDA maybe brought it out in a different way, but the 80s. And they actually talk about different kinds of communities. So, Ghalib apartments is Muslim. It is communal in that sense, which is, when we first encountered this as an example, I thought this would be dramatically different because they were going to study Lakshmanagar, right? First they were going to, and we're like, okay, Lakshmanagar all over. Pitampura, first, I remember 1.5 months later, Pitampura was just like thrown out. 1 kilometer, you guys can't handle it. And they were going to throw it out. One of them lives there, but that's just one Sangam apartment, which doesn't even count for him. Because it was one of the only generic apartments, mixed use. So I think for them to have, that's what I'm really congratulating them for today, because they've struggled through various kind of journeys, and I think it's nice to share just that part of it, which some of it you all have actually been able to sense also. So thank you.
Okay.
I just want to
just into housing studies. So one fact is DDA housing is G+4, no lifts, because then categorically no lift elevators are put in DDA housing. G+4, no firefighting. No fire. G+5, when you need firefighting. So that's why housing societies will came up, because you had to do G+12 housing. So DDA couldn't take it up. So they had to offer the land to private builders and housing societies. They have elevators because you have to maintain them yearly. So that's a stark shift you'll see. And then the logic of that plan, with that change in typology is many folds of studies can be done.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I think we're running 2 groups behind, right? So this would be, which group is going now? 25. Yes, Nirmal, we're not sure, right? Nirmal is running behind Baru. I know, we're still 2 groups behind.
So how do you want to time it? Because it's already.
We'll do 1 group now, and then your uncanny uncanny also. Yeah. We'll do that after lunch. We're running 2 groups behind. We'll do 1 group now and 1 after lunch. Hopefully. Yeah, they all should be Yes. Go on.
15 minutes, please stick to it.
Good afternoon, respected jury members and everyone present. This is a group number 25, consisting of myself, Sneha Rathod, Sneha Nagron, Akram Ansari, and Ishita Balaji. We are presenting our work from global goods to local spaces, study of social and spatial hierarchy, as a subset of searching for the. The aim of this presentation is to highlight the influence of global goods on social separation and spaces. We will be starting with an understanding of globalization and introduction to our case study, and then approach to our research hypothesis. With this overview, we will now begin talking about globalization. Globalization is the process of increasing interconnectedness between countries, driven by the free flow of goods, services, capital, and trades. Our study, however, focuses more on on the inner aspects of globalization. How are global goods affecting spaces and how are we experiencing these spaces?
We have taken INA market. We have taken INA market to understand this phenomenon on a smaller scale. INA market was first established in 1950s in the zone B of Delhi. From 1970 to 1980, it acted as a modest market to serve a small pocket of people. However, by 1990, INA market saw rapid growth after the beginning of stabilization of Delhi post-partition, with which come the globalization of the market. Today, it is known best for exotic fruits, meat, and spices imported from all over the world. The target demographics for the market are not only Indian but tourists and immigrants.
Knowing this, we present a hypothesis. Do imported goods at INA market create spatial separation between socio-economic classes? To understand the space, first we analyze the market through spatial analysis, which will give us the circulation. Then to understand human behavior and to account for socio-economic biases, we conduct agent-based simulations that allow us to understand circulation of high-income groups, middle-income groups, and low-income groups. Alongside this, we conduct interviews and surveys that help understand the market to either support or contradict our findings from the simulations and hence provide us with an answer to our hypothesis. First, through the help of spatial analysis, we have possible circulation paths inside the market. This accounts for shortest distance to furthest distance, helping us understand which parts of the market are most traveled and which parts are less. To understand the quality of the space, we are then looking into which parts of the market give us better visual connectivity, which parts are more traveled intentionally with a destination in mind, and which parts are traveled less and with no destination in mind. Here, we have created an accumulated map of the market that highlights the spaces with the most footfall to the least. Moving on to agent-based modeling that will help us understand the socio-economic biases, we first categorize the market into different goods being sold. This includes spices, meats, garments, etc. We have further categorized the market into stalls that will be able to serve a specific category of customers. Category A is high-income group, category B is middle-income group, and category C is low-income group. To get this map, we calculated how much an individual spends each month from each category and compared that to the highest price to each stock. Through this, we formulated the rules that we put on the different agents that move in a given simulation space. Each agent is categorized in category A, B, and C. These agent circulation in the simulation is bound by rules. For example, the agents under category A can travel to stalls in the simulation in the map that are colored red and yellow. Similarly, agents under category B will travel to stalls colored yellow, and agents under category C prefer to stalls colored blue. Here, we see the results from the simulation with the additional rule that each agent prefers to travel through the paths colored red from the previous accumulated map. Here we see that these are the spaces of overlap and separation. Now that the simulation tells us that there are spaces of separation in the market, we can directly make sure that whether this is true or not. In the first diagram, we get the information that we found out through the surveys and interviews. One of the figures shows the amount of customers and which entry they chose. This shows which stores would have been preferred by them after immediately coming into the market. The second bar graph, as you can see, is the one that shows stores which would have preferred by them after immediately coming into the market. And the third diagram here shows the mode of transport that they used to come to the market. This information helps us better understand which category of the user the interviewer might fall in. There were five ways the customers came to INA market: by bike, by car, metro, and by walking. The use of car usually indicates the customer of category A. The use of a bike usually indicated the use of category B or C. The use of auto indicates a category from A, B, or C. Use of metro is associated majorly with category B, and walking is associated with all categories. One figure shows the time spent in the market. This information helps us understand the user visits and how much time they spend in the market. This information helps us understand if the user visits frequently enough with someone employed in the market or nearby. Increased time spent in the market also indicates the user likely circulating in areas outside of their expected circulation as well. Insights from interviews reveal that these divisions were not always produced in practice. Although the spatial configuration suggests structured pathways in socio-economic clustering, respondents across income groups described movement patterns that did not conform to these boundaries. For instance, several high-income participants indicated a preference for visiting stalls selling local goods, specifically users in under category A. Many respondents across class groups expressed tendency to walk through and explore the entire market when time permitted, even if their purchases were confined to specific shops. Thus, we can say that INA market likely does not foster social separation. What's the future of this? Our study hopes to create curiosity among people for the discussion of the influence of globalization on space. It also provides a template for further circulation and study of different parts of Delhi and other spaces. Circulation can also account for other aspects in later studies like geographical condition, cultural exchange, etc. Thank you for your time. We would like to extend our gratitude towards Nirmal sir for guiding us throughout the research. We are open to any questions.
Thank you so much. It was interesting, and I really appreciate that you had the maps, you had about, you talked about the kind of shops, the products, you spoke about the user profile and where they're going. I wanted more of user profile. When you're talking about social segregation, I don't even know who are the kind of users who are going there. Who's going to buy? So, initially it is where, you said about imported goods. So a lot of people from embassies used to go. Now, are they themselves going or are they sending their drivers? Who else is going? So when you talk about social segregation, what is the user profile in terms of social? The economy where you're coming from is largely the purchasing power, right? I mean, meat is expensive, you get crab, you get all sorts of things there, so that's happening. So you had the high income group on behind, maybe in between dry fruits, etc. there, but everybody knows anything exotic that you want or something imported, you can go there. But there's also a local market, which is also, you have vegetables in front, etc. But who's actually now going to buy? I didn't get any sense of the user to actually then comment whether it is segregating or not.
So our study primarily focused on three categories, which was the high, middle, and the low income. So
income?
Yes.
In terms of purchasing power?
In terms of purchasing power.
So, but it could be in terms of the product that I want, no? Have you seen a person? Who are the people? Is the driver going to buy meat for himself or, buying for the expat who is in the town?
We have categorized the people according to the purchasing power that they have. So,
is it purchasing power that is distributing this layout, or is it the product? Go back to the product, the slide before. So behind you have meat shops. What are the gradation of shops that you have? The layout.
These are meat, money exchange, spices.
So what is in the front? What is on the main road?
when we enter, we usually see local markets having vegetables and
Yeah.
groceries and.
So is it because of spatial reason? Usually meat shop goes in the back of all markets because you don't want to see the unhygienic part of the market. It's the same here. Even the sanitation level changes from the beginning till the end in INA.
Yes, it does. And for the meat market, it is basically there are very less amount of direct users coming to retail and
But
purchase.
then you overlay this, you should have had both the maps together because that's what your whole crux of your presentation is, that you have a certain goods and you have a certain user profile, and you're saying this user profile can actually move around everywhere, so the market is not segregating them. That's your conclusion.
Yes.
Is that what is happening? The people who are going there, which are your, category A, high income, are going there because the product is being sold there. And the product is being sold there because that product is considered most unhygienic and the sanitation is so limited, so you'll never have it up front on the road. It's got nothing to do with economy. And I don't even know the user profile. The ones who are even going by, I can tell you because I've worked with a lot of expats, they don't go. They crib. If they'll go themselves, they'll never buy it. So they send their maids to go.
Yes, that is a valid argument, and we understand that might have an influence in this. But I would also like to point out that while that is true, and that is one condition that is happening here, that the meat are at the back. But there are other shops, for example, the grocery shops that are within the actual market, within this framework, where the yellow here presents from both category A and B, and which is giving us a distinction.
I don't know the category A and B. I'm saying the category A is high purchasing power of an expat who's not coming himself. So when you talk about segregation in the market, you have to look at the user in terms of who's coming to buy. A driver and me who are going to buy a grocery which is right in front, I'm the same user. So what am I segregating against? If you don't know the user when you're talking about socio-segregation, I don't know. I don't know if the question is clear to you.
Yes, we understand the question. We should have created a more detailed profile for the kinds of.
Who are the people going to buy? You can tell us now, who are the people going to buy?
From what we observe, the mostly from the market framework, there are the users itself going there to buy the products like technology stuff and ethnic market. But for the meat and the poultry section, there are the buyers from the restaurants and the catering business who just come and gets the wholesale meat and poultry stuff in a fresh condition, directly ported to the restaurants and hotels.
So where is the question of social segregation coming in this? What are you trying to say? Social segregation कहाँ मतलब किस तरीके की आपको लग भी रहा था कि social segregation होती होगी यहाँ पे, और अगर आपको लग रहा है हर कोई यूजर हर जगह जा रहा है तो आप क्या प्रूव कर पा रहे हो?
Our hypothesis, according to our hypothesis, was there is globalization happening in Delhi and on a smaller scale it is happening in IIM. So our question was, does this globalization does this create spaces that is separating people according to their purchasing power? And we asked this question in IIM specifically, and we asked, is this happening here? And then we are trying to prove if that is happening.
So you had the purchasing power of I don't know how to explain it again. So the purchasing power, the highest purchasing or the spend is on meat, right? So automatically you assume that but because the meat is most expensive, that would be the most. It's not the most globalized product, is it? Which are the most globalized products in the market?
The meat is the most globalized.
Most globalized product. So you're assuming the most globalized product, a high income group is coming, but what I'm saying is the one who's actually coming to buy on ground is not the high income group. So this assumption itself, the hypothesis itself is wrong. And your conclusion therefore is wrong because you've not analyzed the user.
I'll just put the question in another just to so that you understand. I think the topic is really important to Delhi's sort of evolution. Global goods and local areas is exactly what many spaces in Delhi are. You know, whether it be Karol Bagh, imported jeans, imported clothes, phones, or INA or Nehru Place. It's and you talk to 50% of the people you meet when you're in profession, they'll say, what do you do? I said, we do import export. So Delhi is one of the largest hubs for global goods, and how it's distributed in the local environment is a really good research question in terms of global goods and an urban spatial format. The way you took it, and even the site specific is really important. The market was set up for embassies. So hence, you know, the product value at the early time was quite expensive because it was catering to the embassies. Slowly expats came in and now you go there, you know, Delhi has also over the years become a very sort of cuisine, it's a very important place for restaurants. A lot of economic activity happens here. So INA at about 20 years back was actually dwindling. You know, they were struggling to keep footfalls because, you know, embassies get their weekly order directly. So it's sort of reinvented by stocking all these cuisine items, which people now in so many specialty restaurants source it from. So that it's sort of a resurgence. So I think if you had stuck to the global goods, what they are, I mean, the global good of 40 years ago, which was these Leo Mattel toys, is not the same. And how that dispersion of that global good happens to contemporary cultures of Delhi would have been another way to look at it. Because you would have global good is an important thing, and how it sort of navigates INA market is as an issue, right? So then come to the tools. The tools you've used is new. I mean, nobody else has used it till now in today's session. So I do appreciate that you've used these tools. You have maps and you've overlaid those maps, the shops, which allows us to question and bring to you a question, our perspective a little better. I mean, there will be no other way to do it other than these maps. However, I feel that the conclusions which you're deriving, you know, it's comfortable to walk or direct, you know, people are not, some of those are on the organizational aspect of what these are. These are large alleyways, some dimensionality, some access to metro, because there are lots more things has happened around it. You know, the front row has changed in the last 7-8 years only because of a lot of synergies around it. You know, because typically an INA market would be a destination market, but now we have a lot of footfall traffic because the Barapulla comes down. There is a new housing of government housing, which is walkable distance. Even urban design or a city design, that's a great walking distance. All the people, good 20,000-30,000 people who are in those towers, which is just 2-minute walk from there. So you've seen the front row has changed in the last 5 years because they are now catering to these towers. So I wish there was certain analysis of maybe places around it because that's how the goods are being dispersed. But I think for the first attempt, you know, it is tricky. You know, research and design is not an open page to just follow up. I mean, you put in a research paradigm and then you have to follow it up, and that's where we are checking. The process is fine, but the follow-up maybe needed a little bit more understanding on sort of what we do next. So fair amount of push and pull. You know, you've tried to do things, but I think to understand the complexity of these things it takes a lot of thinking in terms of what all is happening around it. Markets, it's not very easy to just quickly choose a market. One thing I forgot. I think we jumped into the market study very quickly. That does not seem like earlier there was a certain positioning of the research topic, but yours quickly came to the plan. I felt it was too site specific a little early. So if there was a little management, like Delhi Heart is also very close and metro is right across. So there are lots of these cross relationships which are, but well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a very quick comment, but most of it has already been pointed out. You have not done a detailed study of users, right? Secondly, when you're showing the pie chart, where you're looking at the transport and all, again, what just now was being pointed out, that only around 15% are car owners or car users who are coming here, right? That also gives you an idea that what was being mentioned in the beginning, that the users are, when you say that, you know, there are these elites coming and buying stuff, they might be a very small percentage, right? Secondly, what according to you, you've done all the analysis, what according to you should be the end result of your study? What do you suggest for IMA?
What we suggest for INA in terms of planning perhaps would be, as when we went there, we could see that the space that I have for the amount of people that they're handling is obviously not enough. So perhaps we could have.
But where is that analysis of space versus people? You haven't done that, right? So when you are doing any study, you have to keep in mind where it is going towards, where it is ending, right? That is very important for your future work also that you'll be doing. You'll also be doing a thesis in times to come. So your output of your study is something that you have to very clearly think of, you know, when you are carrying out any of these studies. Thank you so much.
Yeah, very good. Please come.
Can you go to the income as like, why your income groups are so specific? Like higher income group is 7, 8, 9.
These are information from NSS, which is the national survey. We got the information for that from 2010, and then we calculated it through inflation and calculated for 2025. So that specified, in that survey, it is specified that high income, middle income, low income, they have specified all these parameters, and they have specified how much they spend each individual in each month. And then
But what if the value is in between?
value.
Like if my income is 4,700, then where should I spend? In middle income or low income? Like mostly the incomes are like greater than 4,000 or like incomes are specified as it.
Can you explain?
They are arranged in range, like
Yeah, I think what he wants to say is that when it is high income group, it is from say 7,000 rupees to 20,000 rupees, something like that. What is it? What figure is this? 7,879 per month, per day, per shopping spent? What is it?
This is per month for each individual. And in this, we have also specified how much percentage of it they spend on, for example, clothes, for example, food, and
It can't be a
perishables.
specific figure, no? That's what he's trying to point out. It has to be a range.
Yes.
Is that right? Sure. Okay, guys. One last question.
It's not.
कभी देने की कभी देने ले चार्ज कर इनविटेशन अभी इनविटेशन तो कभी देंगे ना जब शुरू कर रहे होंगे Thank you.